enthusiastically buying your, when you like submit DNA to various DNA companies to figure out your lineage,
Yep.
whatever, those companies, as far as my understanding goes, are making the lion's share of their money,
Yep.
just selling all of your data to insurance companies so they can charge you more.
Luke and I have talked about this pretty extensively in the past. There was one WAN show in particular where we discussed a smart toilet that would analyze your urine and I think your stool as well to help screen for diseases. And our positions do vary a little on some of these issues, but I think it's fair to say that we agree that these could be useful technologies, but also that they can have very dangerous knock-on effects.
So just understand the issues and make the decisions for
They
yourself.
could dramatically increase health insurance premiums, for example, for at-risk individuals through no fault of their own. And the truly scary part of all of this is the uncontrolled way that this data moves around after it's been collected through data sharing agreements and corporate acquisitions. Frankly, I believe our unease around the collection of personal data and desire to keep it private should not be a partisan issue. And if you think it's a partisan issue, you need to wake up because this is a problem. What if tomorrow, okay, the Apple Watch used its accelerometers and its microphones to track how fast you drive your car, and Apple was forced to fire over a little SMS message to law enforcement every time you went 5 miles over the limit? How'd you feel about that? What if what you were doing was totally safe? Or what if it was necessary due to an emergency? Remember the bit about laws changing that I just mentioned? What if prohibition came back into effect and your Apple Watch used its temperature and heart rate monitors to detect a state of intoxication? Should it draft a little email for the cops and your insurance company and let them know about your little indulgence?
Or we'll probably also know if you're driving at the same time.
Or should that information be secure and belong only to you? The bottom line is this: women's rights are human rights, and when it comes to protecting private health information, people across the aisle should be absolutely united. That is all I have to say about that.
Cool.
AirPods Pro 2nd generation. Now featuring the H2 processor with improvements to sound processing, active noise cancellation. They claim 2x more, whatever that means. Personalized spatial audio, and they offer adaptive transparency, which minimizes loud sound intensity. That's kind of cool. I don't know that I would use something like that at maybe like a concert or something. I often use my AirPods Pros. Actually, I know what I would use them for. I often use them just as like earplugs, like when I'm working on tools and stuff. So having a transparency mode that will take a bit of the edge off of like a table saw or something like that, that would be actually pretty sick. Okay, so I will obviously buy these, daily drive them. My first gen AirPods Pros are in pretty rough shape at this point. One of them is getting kind of like scratchy, crackly sounding.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, the battery life's not what it was. So I'm stoked. I'm stoked. There's a volume slider. You can slide the finger up and down on the touch control to adjust volume. That sounds pretty cool. I sleep in them, so I hope that moving my head around is not going to do anything. I've had issues with my Sennheisers. Those are my backup, or like sound really good ones, and then it's the LG FP8s for like better comfort. I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night with dead earphones, and I've ever since we had kids, Like I need something in order to sleep. So I'll swap my earphones to something that has a battery and then try and go back to sleep. I know, right? It's dumb.
I didn't realize that was a since you had kids thing. I thought that was just forever.
No, since I had kids. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because well, no, I used to need complete silence to sleep. But then once that wasn't an option, and Yvonne was going to be the one with the kid, particularly when our son was born, since she was going to be the one with him during the day, and she was going to get to like nap during the day, I had to be able to sleep sometimes for longer periods because I was going to go to work, like, you know, new company and stuff. So I had to learn, I had to find something that would help me tune out whatever was going on around me, and that's what I settled on. And now it's a crutch.
Yeah.
Now I can't get over it.
Yeah.
There's a new extra small silicone tip. The second gen tips are not compatible with first gen. Okay. Better charging case. You want to blah, blah, blah. Oh, a speaker for finding it, which is nice. Plus a lanyard loop. Nice. Battery life up to 6 hours with ANC, and 30 hours included with the case total. Okay. And still $250. I'm in.
Someone's
I'm
saying,
so in.
How do you feel about Apple still not putting USB-C on them? Pretty good question.
Functionally, it doesn't
Kabelski.
matter. I already own lightning cables everywhere I need to charge my AirPods. For me, it doesn't matter. However, I would like to see the industry moving towards standardization on USB-C sooner rather than later, and I wish Apple wasn't just dragging ass on this for no obvious reason. So they can certainly afford to redo the tooling of the outer case to make a slightly bigger hole. So there. That's what I have to say.
Yep. Next topic.
Can you please not pick something controversial? There's nothing not
I was
controversial
going to
left.
say, is there anything left?
Merch messages. Belle, hit us with a couple.
Wait, Jasco.
Okay, sure. We can talk about Jasco.
Or we can do merch messages for a bit and Jasco
Let's
after.
do a couple. Let's do a couple. Then
Yeah,
we'll do
yeah,
Jasco after that.
Hello. First
I
question here
I was about to turn it on.
is from Sebastian.
Look at that. We've got a producer cam now. Look at this guy.
I hope you like this side of my head.
Nice hoodie. Nice hoodie, by the way.
Yeah,
Thank
why
you.
isn't it like
LTTstore.com. So the first question here is from Sebastian. I was thinking about getting an Aura ring, but I don't like the price and subscription system of the third gen. I was thinking about getting a used Gen 2. I'd like to ask what your battery life was like and how you feel about using it over the last few years.
My battery life was really good on the Gen 2. I'm also not a fan of the subscription service, but I got to tell you, I don't think getting a Gen 2 helps you avoid the subscription service. At least that's my understanding. I could be wrong. It could be that the Gen 3 is subscription only unless you are grandfathered in because you were an existing Gen 2 owner who bought a Gen 3. That's what I did. That's how I ended up grandfathered in. You can see I'm actually not wearing mine. The biggest problem I have with the Gen 3 is that they stopped doing half sizes. So I'm an 8.5. And 9 is too big. It comes on and off very easily. And 8 is so difficult to get on and off that I find myself just not bothering to charge it. So if the sizing works perfectly for you, honestly, I was really happy with the thing. It's by far the best health and fitness tracker experience I've had. I can't say that I know it was the most accurate.
Have you ever used Whoop?
No, I haven't used Whoop.
Okay.
Okay. So it's the best one that I've had.
I was actually just like wondering. I'm not like, you haven't tried this one.
Miles ahead of my experience with the Apple Watch. I'd be like driving home after badminton and it'd be like, keep it up. What are you talking about? The Oura Ring would never make those kinds of mistakes. Or I would be actively playing. I'd be on the court and it'd be like, you need to stand up and move around a bit. Meanwhile, the Oura Ring's like, you're going hard, dude. And like, yes. I'm like drenched in sweat and my Apple Watch is like, hey, potato guy.
Maybe you should touch some grass.
Yeah, exactly, right? Just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Oh man, yeah, it's tough. I was really happy with my experience with it when it fit properly. But the subscription model for it, I think, is a tougher sell. But I also, in their case, do understand why they're doing it. They have done a lot of development on the software in the time that I've been using the product. And something's got to pay for that. So there, it's nuanced. You know what? Just in the interest of full disclosure, Oura has reached out about sponsoring us. The first ring I got a Gen 1 that they sent because they were going to do some kind of sponsorship. Or was it a Gen 2? I don't know. I got one ring comped. Maybe it was a Gen 2. And then they were like going to do a sponsorship or something, but then they just didn't. But then I was just using it and liked it. And then they contacted me as a Gen 2. Yeah, it must have been a Gen 2. As a Gen 2 owner and said, hey, if you upgrade to the Gen 3, you get grandfathered in for the lifetime subscription. But you have to do it now before the Gen 3 launches. And I was like, ugh, you shouldn't pre-order, but I actually really like this thing. So I bought a Gen 3, which unfortunately, now that they don't do half sizes, has been actually less useful to me in a certain way of thinking. And then now they have come back and they're saying they're interested in sponsoring us again. So the relationship with them is a little complicated, is all I'm trying to say. So you can take everything I said about them with that in mind. There. So I have bought one.
Meanwhile, my comment on Whoop was not a recommendation. Their onboarding process, as someone pointed out in Flowplane, I agree, is like a little wacky, and I don't like it. You don't see a lot of charts until you've had it for 30 days, and the return window is 30 days long. Also, the subscription is like really expensive. I don't know how expensive the Aura Ring is, but the Whoop is really expensive.
Yeah, Rohanology. Me falling asleep after an exercise routine, my Apple Watch ending up recording a 2-hour nap as exercise time happened regularly. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
Next question here is from Cameron. Have you ever considered developing a custom GPT-3 model using past LTT scripts and video stats to help writers write scripts faster, similar to GitHub's Copilot?
I'm gonna be honest with you. We don't look backwards much. One of the strongest critiques I can give of a script is this is very 2019 LTT. You know, we are always trying to evolve. We're always trying to do things differently. Every once in a while, nobody's perfect. We'll get lazy, or we'll make a mistake, or we'll do something that is not forward thinking. But it has never really been my way of handling things to dwell on the past. It's one of the reasons that I think our daily release schedule works so well for us, because we don't have time to dwell on the past. Okay, today's video, not performing great. Okay, time to think about tomorrow's video, right? So I honestly, I'm not going to say never, because, man, some of that stuff is getting pretty incredible. But I don't see us trying to utilize AI writing anytime in the near future.
We don't have the bandwidth for it right now. But I've thought about some stuff where it might be able to be useful. But I wouldn't say in writing scripts. I would almost say in suggestion type format. Like if we were feeding data into it based on watch time metrics and all this other type of stuff, being able to suggest, make sure that something, and it should try to read the script and figure out how long it's going to take.
Sure.
And it could insert and make sure you have something punchy here, or blah, 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 blah.
This is the best place for your LTT store call to action.
Trying to massage it a little bit, but not writing it for people because of exactly what you said about not looking into the past. But yeah, we don't have the bandwidth for it right now. But I think there's things we could do with development to try to help little bits kind of all around the business. It's just deciding where the biggest impact is, and I don't think it's there right now.
Yep, that's fair. Okay, one more for now.
Question here from Anon. How many jobs did the two of you have before starting LTT? Do you have any advice before breaking into the job market?
I had a ton. I had a lot. I started working really early. My parents are freaking awesome, but we weren't wealthy growing up. So having a job was a good idea. I don't know. I also didn't mind working. So yeah, I had a ton of jobs. Breaking into the job market depends on your age, and it depends on your experience entirely. For me, when I first broke into the job market, it didn't matter. Walk to whatever store or walk to whoever person's house. Some of the things I did.
Everyone was hiring at that point. I remember noticing the quality of Subway sandwiches going down dramatically in that several year period, because it was they would hire literally anyone off the street. There was nobody stayed at a job for very long. Once they were trained, they're just out of there. Nobody was trained.
I'm talking potentially before that. I started working before I could legally have a job.
I'm talking about 2000. Man, when was it? It was when I was getting my scuba certification. So it would have been around 2010.
Oh, I'm talking 2001.
Oh, okay. Well, carry on.
Yeah. So how I first started doing things is I would walk around my neighborhood and see oh, someone's doing a landscaping project. Can I offer to help for relatively not okay amounts of money? Because they'll probably say yes, but I could get some work. I could get some money, and I didn't really mind it. I'm shoveling, whatever. It's a type of physical activity. I didn't really care. Or I'd mow lawns, or one of the main first things that I got was just delivering newspapers, which sucks. It's a terrible job.
Yeah.
And then a bunch of other stuff. So it really depends on when you're hitting into the market. It's something that I always say for developers is try to build a portfolio, build something, do something, make it kind of cool, and that'll get a lot of traction for you. Genuinely. Do stuff on GitHub, make it so your code can be seen. One of the most frustrating but understandable things is when someone applies and they have nothing to show at all, because they're oh, I've been working professionally in the industry for
NDA'd.
10, 15 years. And just like your developers, a lot of my stuff, not maybe all of it, but the stuff that is there is open source contribution, and I don't want to share that account or whatever. Like there's nothing for me to see. So it's like, okay, well now I'm going to have to get you to do some stuff. So if you don't have experience to throw at people, you have your three things, right? You can throw portfolio, as in like things you've made, some examples of your work. You can throw experience, you can throw education. Each one of those are entirely viable. And I know myself definitely, but a lot of other recruiters these days are looking quite heavily into experience and portfolio and less into education. Education's really expensive. Not everyone can afford it, but some of those people that can't afford it might be really, really good, and it's worth looking into them.
My entire employment history can be found on LinkedIn. My first job was as a day camp counselor during my exchange to Quebec at Parc Terrain de Jeu. I was like an assistant camp counselor. I didn't speak French very well, but boy, did I ever try hard. Learned some of the songs and everything.
Wow.
Je tape les mains, tac-a-lac, tac-a-lac, je tape les mains, tac-a-lac.
AJ, rip them apart.
Yeah.
Go, AJ, go.
Whatever. Then I was a lifeguard and swimming lessons instructor from 2004 to 2005 at the Maple Ridge Parks and Leisure Center. That sort of faded away because I went to school in 2005, and it was not realistic to be working while also attending UBC full-time and commuting a total of about 3.5 hours a day from Eastern Maple Ridge to UBC at the west end of Vancouver. Then I was recruited during my first year of school as a Student Works painting franchisee. So technically I was self-employed during this period, even though I didn't fully understand that at the time. I thought that I kind of had the backing of a larger organization behind me. In practice, though, if someone doesn't pay you, they do absolutely nothing to sort it out. You're essentially an independent owner-operator. So thanks for that, Student Works. Then I quit Student Works. Definitely abandoned my contractual obligation out of both. Well, this was a period of, I guess it's probably fair to call it depression, even if it wasn't diagnosed. It's pretty much textbook case. This was not working for me. So between how I was feeling already about the job and the feeling of abandonment when we had that payment issue and them just kind of being like, see you later, I walked away. And I went to work at NCIX because I loved just like talking about computers and helping people configure computers. And I only lasted 6 months because I went back to Student Works. See how these overlap a little bit? So I started at NCIX. Then I knew I had to go back to Student Works in the summer. So I was only there till May. And then when I came back, they actually didn't send me back to the store. So you can see here, here's how it went. December to May, I worked at NCIX part-time. Then from May to June, I was at Student Works. Then I walked away. And in July, I was back at NCIX. So I was the PC Systems Business Unit Manager. I configured the PCs. I ended up actually building a lot of the PCs, including a junior employee. This is Ivan. Man, what else? I filled this out like really well because I was updating this at a time when it wasn't certain that this whole Linus Media Group thing was going to work out, and I was trying to get a job. There's an LMG clip of the time that I tried to apply for Amazon. That took place during this time. Man, can you imagine what a different life I'd have if they had hired me as their it was like social media video coordinator or something like that. Like I was an absolute dream fit for the job, and I never even got contacted back. I was like, yeah, there's these channels with like over 1 million I think I already had a gold play button at NCIX for NCIX Tech Tips. And can you imagine not hiring that person for your social video role? And I think it was because the job requirements were that you had to have a bachelor's degree, and I didn't.
Yeah, see, that's
so
stupid.
I probably never even made it to a real human being.
Yeah,
I think I would have been a catch. I think y'all missed out. So anyway, I think I probably could have done some social media video stuff for you.
That's a Luke Tech Tips dark timeline.
Yeah, for sure. So then I was promoted to product manager, lasted in that role for 6 years. I was also like a category manager as part of this. Man, I was actually like pretty good at this. Hold on, sorry about that. Cut daily POs, managed a personal product portfolio from $0 to $2 million of monthly revenue. I rejuvenated a lot of troubled lines. NCIX was selling, like, I kid you not, like 20 MSI motherboards a month when I took over that line, and we were like over like hundreds a week by the time I was done with it. OCZ was selling basically nothing when I took over that line, and they were our biggest SSD and DRAM vendor by the time I was done with it. They didn't go under until I was out, so that wasn't my problem,
Maybe
thankfully.
that's why.
But no, I had nothing to do with that.
Maybe it's your fault.
No. Then I have some like other roles. I had multiple jobs at NCIX. I was YouTube video social media project coordinator. See, I did some stuff. Total of 85 million video views and 325,000 subscribers. Okay, apparently I did not have 1 million subscribers at that point. Oh no, that's right. That happened way later. We were at the Langley House. Never mind. With less than $10,000 invested, let me tell you, I buffered the crap out of that. There was far less than $10,000 invested. I was trying to account for every possible equipment expenditure that we could have had. We spent nothing on NCIX Tech Tips. And then category manager for a couple of years. So that's basically overseeing product managers. So yeah, I worked with OCZ, Intel, NVIDIA, AMD, Antec, Corsair, Asus, MSI, EVGA, and many, many more. That was pretty cool. I was by the time I left, I was one of the most senior people in the company, even though I was only, what does this work out to? 26 years old.
Dig at him more? Why?
Dig at me?
Yeah, so someone's telling me to dig at you. So one piece of feedback that chat gave you is that you're not supposed to have stuff that far back on your LinkedIn. But he's also not actively looking for a job.
Yeah, and like,
so who cares?
And like, honestly, what am I supposed to just have this job? I've been here for almost 10 years.
Yeah, so at this point, I think basically, yeah.
What do you mean you're not supposed to?
Like you shouldn't have your like painter stuff on there.
Oh, yeah, that's stupid.
Yeah.
I was memeing.
Yeah.
I was just like, you know what? Okay, so part of it was that I was wanting to get a job. The other part of it was that I used to keep a diary when I was in high school. And it's pretty cool to go back and look at that stuff. So my concept here when I was creating this was that it would be as complete as possible. As much for my own entertainment as anything else. So I put as much information into like the NCIX stuff, which I obviously remembered a lot better because it was current. I put as much information as I thought I could put in there without disclosing, without breaking my NDA with NCIX, like disclosing business secrets. So I have sales growth in units while remaining excellent customer satisfaction and achieving GP margin targets from 2006 to 2012, 440%. That's the sales growth of my lines. And I'm not going to lie, I spent actual work time digging into our reports in our internal system to compile this for my LinkedIn.
Wow.
While I was seeking employment elsewhere.
Fired. Bad, Linus.
Well, they didn't fire me. They asked me for 6 months notice, actually, is what they actually did when I tried to quit. Something like that.
That's a lot of notice.
Yeah, well, I was trying to negotiate for buying this channel that you're watching this video on for $1, right? So that was a whole thing.
Yeah.
Twitch staff is watching me. What? Twitch staff watching? Multi-streaming.
Get out.
Wait, what?
Get out.
Why are we multi-streaming to multiple platforms? Luke, why would you build a tool to do this?
I think they don't care anymore. Oh, well,
you're allowed to stream to other platforms, but not at the same time.
Get owned,
That's
Twitch.
probably worth explaining. Should we explain that?
Get wrecked, Twitch.
Really? Are you going to be like that about it?
Wait, what do you want to explain? Sorry?
I want to explain why we're allowed to do that.
Oh, because we signed our contract really early?
Well, it's not just really early. It's not early and not later. It's at an exact moment in time.
When they were trying to MCN?
Yes. So we've had a lot of people ask us over the years, hey, what's the deal? So in the early days of the WAN show, it was, hey, non-gaming streams aren't allowed on Twitch. What are you guys doing? Now IRL exists, so no, there's lots of talk shows on Twitch. Nobody asks about that anymore. But now the big thing is, hey, you guys multi-stream. You guys stream to YouTube, Twitch, your own Floatplane thing. We actually even stream to Facebook now, all concurrently. And you guys know you're breaking Twitch's TOS, right? The answer is that we joined Twitch at a time when serendipitously Twitch was looking. So I wanted to have some kind of foothold in live. I saw that live was this thing, and some people were really successful in it.
I think it was my idea more than yours.
Your idea,
Mr.
like the
Guy.
first Q&A.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I pushed you to do it.
Did you?
Because of the car talks.
Well, you convinced me.
Yeah.
So however we came to it, it was clear that live was going to be a force on the internet. I had no idea. And it's probable that when we talked about it, I would have said, my hesitation is that I have no idea what this looks like.
It was very outside of our wheelhouse.
Yeah.
There's actually a big difference between VOD and live.
Yeah, I have no idea how we make this make any sense. I have no idea how we make this make any money. I have no idea how to do this. There were a lot of challenges. And so we started out with just like a Q&A, and Twitch was really, I mean, YouTube I don't think had live streaming yet at that
Don't
point.
believe so.
Yep. So we started out doing some live streams on Twitch, and then it over time became the WAN show. And after a while, what happened was we were this kind of like unique situation. I think Luke like knew some people at Twitch, which was how we didn't get kicked off for streaming non-gaming stuff in the early days. That's how that went down, right?
Yeah.
Then things went to another level because Twitch...
I will also say that it helped a lot, because one of the reasons why they had the whole like you got to do games thing was because it was a question about moderation.
Right.
So they weren't against us doing it. They were also a little, because they didn't want other people to start doing it because we were doing it, because they didn't want to deal with the moderation of that and all this other stuff. But they were just like, yeah, it's fine. We want you to do it anyways. It's fine.
Got it. So anyway, because part of the conversation was that they did want to branch out of gaming. Like they had that kind of in the back of their minds, right?
Yep.
So at some point they approached us and they wanted to get into the MCN business. So like doing brand deals and getting like a portfolio of like YouTube creators, and basically, skimming some of your revenue to fund their efforts to go get brand deals to hopefully sell ads against your videos and bring you brand deals that more than outweigh the cost of joining the MCN. That was the theory of the MCN model. In practice, what it actually turned out to be was a big grift where MCNs skimmed revenue from you, and that was about it. I don't think that was the intention of any of the people we dealt with at Twitch, but one of the things that happened as part of that negotiation was YouTube streaming did exist by that point, and we basically said, actually, we cannot be a primarily YouTube-centric brand and company and channel and be exclusively streaming to Twitch. And if you're our YouTube MCN, how does that make any sense for you to not allow us to stream on YouTube?
Yeah.
Clearly, this is stupid.
Yeah.
And they basically went, oh, okay, well, we'll get you a carve out for that. So that's how it went down.
Yeah.
So we are allowed to multi-stream. I believe the subject of our contract was brought up at some point years later, where there was a desire to make it a unicorn, and I basically said nope, and that was the end.
Yeah, pretty much it. All my
apologies for not remembering that you pushed to do live. I remember.
No, it's fine.
I remember being hesitant. I remember recognizing that was something that like we needed to have some kind of foothold in, but I don't remember I don't remember you being the one who planted the seed.
I think that's the reason why that was my first show on camera. It was because I was pushing for live a bunch.
Yeah, I
I'm
don't.
not certain about that though.
Maybe, well, no, maybe that was part of us like figuring out how to make live make any
That might have
sense.
been it too.
Because I remember it being just like exhausting and not interesting content to just sit and do Q&A because people would just keep asking the same questions.
Yeah.
So
I just
maybe
remember
that
'cause
was where it came from.
I didn't have a car, and we would very often work past when the buses would run. So Linus would drive me home all the time. And we would have these conversations on the drive home. And I would often find myself sitting there thinking, like, man, I think a lot of people would want to hear this because we're talking about like the tech news of the week, essentially, and all this other type of stuff. Like, I think this is a lot of decently interesting conversation. We should put it somewhere. It doesn't really make sense to be a VOD. We should have a live show. Um, and then, yeah, then that's where the Q&A stream came from.
Gilmore D asks, what happened that week where you were banned from Twitch a few years ago? I don't remember that.
What?
Did we ever get banned from Twitch?
I don't remember that.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know. Digidude asks, does LMG still have anything to do with full screen MCN? That's a good question. I actually need to check Social Blade to find out if they are our MCN, so I will get back to you in one moment. It says here who your MCN is. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think we unlinked with them a while back, and it was basically I don't remember the terms around which we parted with them, but our deal with full screen pretty much was not very favorable to full screen. And
Yeah.
in the same manner, they kept trying to renegotiate it with us, and we kept saying, actually no, because a signed contract is a signed contract. And at some point, they basically went, well, okay, you need to go. And we kind of went, well, we're taking our data with us because you guys may not know this, but the monetization data, like your historical monetization data on your channel, can be lost in the transition between monetization data on your channel. Can monetization data, like your historical monetization data on your channel, can be lost in the transition between MCNs or from an MCN back to just a vanilla YouTube channel. And so there was some technical details to sort out for our transition. So it ended up taking quite a lot of time, but we are apparently not with full screen anymore. Frankly, they never really did much. for us one way or the
No,
other,
they
and we
sure didn't.
never really did anything for them either. So
Absolutely true.
yeah. Should we do a couple merch messages?
Sure.
Yes.
Delayed reaction.
First question here we have from Laura. Hello, Linus and Luke. I love the show. Keep up the great content. But I was wondering if, other than GPUs, what PC parts you should avoid when buying secondhand.
Oh, I don't think you should avoid GPUs at all.
I read this earlier. That was going to be a strong part of my response too.
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm just saying I agree. And I wouldn't necessarily avoid buying any PC parts secondhand. There are things that I would be way more careful about, mostly motherboards and storage.
Secondhand storage is just
Secondhand storage is pretty sketch.
often not worth it. There are cases where I've put secondhand storage in our like production like editing server, but those were enterprise grade drives. You could actually go into the drives and see what their power on hours were, see what their bytes written were. They're a savvy shopper can buy secondhand storage in certain cases, but for the average consumer, it is not something that I would recommend.
Yeah, you have to. This is something that I run into trying to buy secondhand storage all the time too. Is you like shop around, you find a good deal, and you're like, okay, sweet. And then you go look at how much it would cost to just buy a new one, and it's like the same price. I don't know what's up with that.
I don't get it.
But the storage secondhand market has always been kind of trash. So it's probably not even worth doing at all. But if you do, make sure you're very careful about it. And that should be because your budget is like really tight. Also with stuff like motherboards, make sure you inspect them closely. And if the person's like, no, then don't buy it.
Yeah. For Shrug IDK says you should buy like 20 to 50 used mining GPUs on eBay. Have the lab test them, running them 24/7 for gaming and see how they perform.
That's a cool idea.
We already did it. It's coming out soon. We bought 20. So stay tuned. But no, if it works, it works. And buyer protections on these used platforms like eBay are so good now that if it doesn't work, there is a strong chance that you will be able to get your money back. So yeah, really the big one for me is storage. I'm a little less wary of used motherboards than Luke is, but he's not wrong either. Especially because a used motherboard, it can be not obvious that it's bad immediately. Whereas with a GPU, it's actually usually obvious very quickly. You run some kind of intensive application like Furmark or a game benchmark or something like that, and you should see artifacting. Or if you're monitoring the clock speeds, you should see them dip. You should see something go wrong pretty much right away. And if it doesn't go wrong right away, then it probably has some life left in it. As much as when it was new, okay, probably not, but some.
Yep.
Next question here is from Lorenzo. Has there been a specific moment when either of you felt you realized that you'd made it big as YouTubers?
I think there was two for me. One of them
When
was
you went to, hold on, I like answering Luke's questions for him. I forget what stupid event it was. It was like, I think it was PAX East or something, where it wasn't like the attendees that kept like crowding around you. It was the other like creator influencers.
Oh, TwitchCon.
TwitchCon?
That was a weird experience.
Oh, that wasn't one of the ones you were thinking?
Okay. This one specifically said you realized you made it. So I thought of really early things.
Oh, I see. I see.
There's definitely like big moments where I'm like, okay, this is another like level.
Yeah, I remember
like,
you
whatever.
talking about that one. Like,
that one was very cool, but very weird because, okay, so events like PAX, it's pretty common. I mean, maybe not these days. I haven't been to a PAX in a long time and I'm not on as much content, so people might not recognize me much. But back when I was hosting a lot of stuff, it was very common that it was like almost difficult to walk around because so many people would come up and say hi, and that was a cool experience, and I'm happy to say hi to everybody. I go to TwitchCon, different group of people.
nobody knows who he is.
We're not Twitch people so much. We do WAN show, but we don't do anything else. So none of the attendees know who the heck I am. But there's creators breaking their attendee lines to leave to come say hi because they know who I am because, I mean, they need streaming computers.
Yeah, it was so cool. Like,
It was sweet.
Ammunition was like, yeah, you like taught me how to build computers. I was like, shut up.
I
You know?
met up with Day 9, Mr. Sean Plott, someone who I've been a fan of for a long time, and he was like, "Oh, your Lies Tech Tips, whoa!" And I'm like, that hurts my brain. No part of my brain was ready for him to like know who we are and also be like super impressed. So that was sweet. He's super nice dude, on and off camera. But yeah, that was a bit of an eye opener for sure. I think my two like first moments, was I remember the first PAX that we went to. I was in the indie booth. I've told you this one a bunch of times. I was in the indie booth and I was doing my like quick sales pitch for why the guy should interview with me.
Yeah.
And I say like how many subscribers we have. And he's like, "Well, if you want 1 million, you should probably like interview with me." Because we weren't at 1 million yet. And I was pissed. And I'm pretty sure I just left. I don't remember exactly what happened. Brandon might remember it, but I was like really mad.
Wow.
Because I wasn't even
Big
trying to
diva
say
energy.
I wasn't.
Welcome to. Really? Are you going to be like that about? It's at an exact moment in time.
When they were trying to MCN.
Yes. So we've had a lot of people ask us over the years, "Hey, what's the deal?" So welcome to the web.
Stations on the drive home, and I would often find myself sitting there thinking like, man, I think a lot of people would want to hear this because we're talking about like the tech news of the week essentially and all this other type of stuff. Like I think this is a lot of decently interesting conversation. We should put it somewhere. It doesn't really make sense to be a VOD. We should have a live show. And then
It wasn't like
this is another like level.
Yeah, I remember
like,
you
whatever.
talking about that one. Like,
that one was very cool, but very weird because, okay, so events like PAX, it's pretty common. I mean, maybe not these days. I haven't been to a PAX in a long time and I'm not on as much content, so people might not recognize me much. But back when I was hosting a lot of stuff, it was very common that it was like almost difficult to walk around because so many people would come up and say hi, and that was a cool experience, and I'm happy to say hi to everybody. I go to TwitchCon, different group of people.
Nobody knows who he is.
We're not Twitch people so much. We do WAN show, but we don't do anything else. So none of the attendees know who the heck I am. But there's creators breaking their attendee lines to leave to come say hi because they know who I am because, I mean, they need streaming computers.
Yeah, it was so cool. Like,
It was sweet.
Ammunition was like, yeah, you like taught me how to build computers. I was like, shut up.
I
You know?
met up with Day 9, Mr. Sean Plott, someone who I've been a fan of for a long time, and he was like, "Oh, your Lies Tech Tips, whoa!" And I'm like, that hurts my brain. No part of my brain was ready for him to like know who we are and also be like super impressed. So that was sweet. He's super nice dude, on and off camera. But yeah, that was a bit of an eye opener for sure. I think my two like first moments, was I remember the first PAX that we went to. I was in the indie booth. I've told you this one a bunch of times. I was in the indie booth and I was doing my like quick sales pitch for why the guy should interview with me.
Yeah.
And I say like how many subscribers we have. And he's like, "Well, if you want 1 million, you should probably like interview with me." Because we weren't at 1 million yet. And I was pissed. And I'm pretty sure I just left. I don't remember exactly what happened. Brandon might remember it, but I was like really mad.
Wow.
Because I wasn't even
Big
trying to
diva
say
energy.
I wasn't even trying to say like, you know, like we're the best. I was just like, we're a decently sized channel. We're at the indie booth. I can give you some coverage. Like, do you want to jump on? And he's like, me. I was like, what the heck? I was not a fan of that. And then we broke 1 million. So like breaking that first 1 million had that extra punch for me because I'm like, screw that guy.
That's hilarious. Okay.
And then the other one was when my Twitter follower count surpassed the combined follower count for all of the hosts of the radio show that I listened to when I was growing up.
Okay. Yeah, that's something.
I was like, okay, wow.
Yeah, very few radio hosts have managed to successfully make it over to social media. I remember noticing that back when I was listening to like sports talk radio a lot, maybe I guess a few years back. I just like I'd be like, yeah, these guys are like huge. They're on the radio. They have all these people like calling in. And I'd go on Twitter and they have like 900 followers and stuff. And like they've been on the air for like 15 years. What is this? But just completely different audiences, right?
Yeah.
Like you got your boomer radio listeners, and then you got your young Twitter users, and a line between them, a solid line.
Yeah.
I think for me, there's a number of big ones that stand out. I mean, I'd say getting our first, check that covered our monthly expenses as a company was a really big one. I would say that getting a YouTube representative was huge because not just me personally, but tech as a category had been largely shoved to the side at that point. Getting as an escalation point from that one, getting invited to Top Creator Summit was pretty cool for me. The biggest one though, and I know that this is going to sound like a cheesy answer, but it's the truth, and I'm pretty sure Luke will remember me saying it at the time. Probably the biggest one for me, because the goal has always been, I want to be a real company, right? And being a real company is more than just building fame and reputation and wealth for yourself. It's building it for the entire team. And so one of the biggest moments for me was when I forget who exactly it was that was like the wow moment, but it was someone relatively peripheral on our team getting like recognized on the street in my presence, and someone being like, "Whoa, I'm a huge fan." Where I kind of went, okay, that's what I want. Like I want to be like thinking like Warcraft 3, right? Like I want to be the hero that has like the aura that makes everyone around me a superstar, because that's is next level. So that's always been something in my mind. And I felt that was really, really exciting.
Last weekend when we were kayaking, we went past those guys and one of them recognized you, right?
Like I can't go anywhere at this point. I'm not trying to like be
we're
like,
literally
"Oh, I'm
on the
so
ocean."
cool." I'm in a kayak in the water and someone paddles past and is like, "Sup, Linus?"
Yeah. Did you hear what happened after?
No.
Him and his friends look at me and not super quietly, but not to me, are like, "Is that Luke?" And then they all just stare at me and no one says anything. And I just go by. None of them even like tried. They're just like,
You got that intimidation aura.
It's so weird. I don't know.
Oh,
It's
man.
funny. I don't know how to deal with it anymore because I've been inside and also off camera. So like at the screwdriver pop-up, someone introduced their partner and they were like, they're so excited to see you. You're their favorite one or whatever. And my whole everything was just like, "Durr." Like I don't know how to respond to this properly. I actually felt really bad afterwards, but
hey, I mean, with all the Luke for CEO threads on Reddit and stuff lately, it seems like the Luke fandom is strong. You know what? I don't know if you noticed when you were over, but all the RGB is set up in the shelves in my streaming room, and I have like a bunch of memorabilia that I've always just had boxed away.
The mouse pad.
You saw it. That's what
I actually love that that's there.
I have a Slick Tech Tips mouse pad that was produced by, wasn't it one of the forum mods or something?
It's a super old school reference to one. I think it's the first April Fools that the forum had, where we changed I wasn't even the one that did it, but we changed the whole forum to Slick Tech Tips as like an April Fool's joke. And it went like really far. If I remember, it went like into the ACP and everything. Like it was like,
like probably more work than it was worth kind of thing. Yeah, exactly.
But that was from back then.
That was great. There was something I was going to say. Oh yeah, right. This is a perfect segue into one of our other topics. Maybe I haven't made it at all. Forbes just released their top creators list of 2022. These 49 social media savants and one dog are redefining celebrity for our connected age.
Yeah.
Money, fame, moxie. That's what it takes to qualify for Forbes' first ever ranking of the most powerful influencers on the internet.
None of which you have.
Their compelling, often quirky content is consumed by millions, and the world's top brands happily spend millions to sponsor it. Okay, blah, 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 blah.
Some fantastic creators on here, and I'm going to let you finish. But Linus is not on it.
No, I'm not
as
on
you
it.
Scroll through.
Where the hell is the list? Here we go. Number 1. I can't believe they still haven't changed this picture, even though he asked them to.
Yeah.
He replied with a tweet that has like over 10,000 upvotes being like, hey, could you please use a different picture?
Yeah.
So here's the list. They've got your earnings. They've got your total followers. He also corrected them on his total follower count. They had it not right.
Yeah, it's like very not right.
Yeah. Average engagement, whatever that means. It's not 100% clear how they calculate this. Entrepreneurship score.
3. Out of what? What is it out of?
There's more details in the doc. We'll go through this a little bit. But the point was not necessarily that I wanted to... I mean, to be clear, yeah, Mr. Beast probably belongs at number 1 on the list.
Hold on. Every single person got a 3 for entrepreneurship score except for Jake Paul, and he got a 2. What is this scale?
Okay, I don't know, but let's go ahead. Markiplier only gets an entrepreneurship score of 1. Is 1 better?
Oh, what?
Is 1 worse? XQC is at 3. So up in the... Okay, to be clear, up in the top here, everything's looking like pretty up and up, you know? Patrick Simondak? I don't know. I'm sorry. Patrick Starr, I guess. $15 million for earnings. That's a freaking ton of money to be making on social media.
Oh, there's gigantic.
You know, 11.7 million followers. Okay, you got Jacksepticeye with $16.8 million a year. Look at this average engagement, 10.29%. There's a lot of people that absolutely belong on this list. We got Marquez in here. But then there's some really, really weird stuff as you start getting down to the end where it almost kind of feels like, and I don't want this to be a knock against anyone who was included on the list, but top 50? I don't know. There's people on here with literally 1 million followers.
Which is like really solid. Like you're
and
doing
that
it.
puts you above Lily Pons with a total of 94 million. And what is this estimated earnings for Lily Pons of 3 million? Are you for real? Are you actually for real? Like, do you actually think Lily Pons only made $3 million in 2021? Are you serious? Hold on. Maybe she's fallen off a lot since the last time I looked into her, in which case she probably shouldn't be on the list at all. So I suspect she hasn't. But let's bring this up. Oh no. She's still actually okay, she's petered out a fair bit, but she's still putting up pretty respectable numbers, anywhere from 15 to 20 million views a month. That is a lot less than I had thought it was going to be. Last time I kind of looked into her, she was doing like 100+ million views a month. In which case, okay, so basically what I'm trying to figure out is what's the rationale here? And the point I'm trying to make is that it appears to be kind of random. It appears to be a list of influencers that the author or authors just like. Which
could be completely fine, but shouldn't be named the way it is and ranked the way it is if that's the case.
If it's top 50, you're going to have some kind of rationale for it. So let's get into this a little bit.
If it's like top 50 creators we think you should check out moving into 2023, that's a different article.
That's a totally different article, and that one's totally fine. But that doesn't get as many clicks as the top 50.
And it doesn't get people talking about it like us.
Way
to go, Forbes. You got your clicks. Good job.
So, so let's go back to the doc for a little bit here. So it's the most successful, influential, and entrepreneurial people in a given field, in this case, social media. And Linus was nowhere to be found.
Get owned.
I added this to the doc. To be clear, I wasn't the one who put that in. I actually don't care because these lists are meaningless. I might as well be on a list of random YouTubers from my point of view. Because here are some questions. How did Forbes calculate these the rankings. Earnings figures are for calendar 2021 and are Forbes estimates. Clout measures not just the sheer number of followers, but also their engagement, as indicated by likes, shares, and comments. For follower count, they summed followers across platforms, and this count includes people who follow creators on multiple platforms. Finally, each creator was given an entrepreneurship rank of between 1 and 3, rewarding people who founded companies, started investment shops, or otherwise structured deals in creative and lucrative ways. So at the top of the list, congrats, Jimmy, 2021 earnings, 54 million, total followers, whatever. We already went through this.
Makes sense.
But
Very inaccurate, but makes sense.
I will say this. Whatever estimates they're using for revenue, and this is something that I've noticed on previous Forbes earnings estimate lists about YouTubers, these are people I know personally, right? So I know for a fact that the earnings for Jimmy are wrong. That is not accurate. It's not only not accurate, but even if it was accurate, even if that number meant something, like let's say for the sake of argument, that 54 million was his revenue for that year. Jimmy invests heavily in his business.
Oh, hard, yeah.
I mean,
Absolutely.
we've seen it. He hires people, builds sets, brings in experts.
Just the Squid Game project.
Yeah.
Insane.
Millions of dollars.
Yeah.
Like, he spends on his business. So depending on what the goal of your list is, if your goal is the top grossing YouTubers, well then by all means, Jimmy belongs on your list. But what I suspect, based on knowing him and having a little bit of inside baseball, is that compared to some much, much smaller operations where it's just a one-man or one-woman band or one-person band, right? Compared to those, he's probably not as profitable.
Yeah, because he believes super, at least as far as I've never talked to him, but as far as my understanding goes, he believes super heavily in reinvestment.
Reinvest. That's Jimmy to a T, right? Like, he's not trying to make money today. He's trying to build the biggest, hugest, most epic influencer machine that the world has ever seen. It's a completely different objective. I'm not saying, oh, Jimmy sucks at business. He wasn't as profitable in 2021 as some other influencer. That's not what I'm saying at all.
That's cool.
He's just got his eye on a completely different prize from most people. So so that's the first question. What is this number? Jimmy is Mr. Beast, guys. What is this number? Is it revenue? Is it profit? If it's profit, what are you basing it on? You have no idea. No idea. And like, I remember, like, as a teenager, young adult, I used to read these, like, celebrity net worth click listicles, and people get so interested in, like, who's the richest person in the world. Is it Bezos? Is it Gates? Is it this guy? Is it that lady? Whatever, right? But what I realized after seeing estimates of myself is that the people writing these articles, in pretty much every case I've seen, have zero special insight and knowledge whatsoever. Zero. You could go compile the list yourself and probably do as good of a job.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, this is great. They didn't edit his total follower count yet either. He said our YouTube has more than 200 plus million subs alone.
Yeah, his total follower count is like wildly off, especially because don't they even say, like, yeah, you're gonna have people that follow on multiple platforms, so they should have just totaled all of his.
And if anything,
which is just an insane number.
If anything, his is one that I would be more willing to just add up together, because so many of his additional YouTube subscribers are on other language channels where there probably is very little subscriber overlap with the main channel. He also, I didn't see this, but apparently he also questioned the entrepreneurship score, claiming that people who had less than 10 employees had the same ranking as people who had 100. Yeah, that's pretty stupid. This is a note from
a really weird scale. 1 to 3 is an extremely odd scale.
What does that even mean? It means basically
weird.
Nothing. Adam noted that the list seems to be a bit of a mess. In the accompanying blog post, Forbes states that Charlie D'Amelio is at the top of the list, but the list itself puts Mr. Beast at the top, so that's cool. They credit Sophie D with founding an agency that our writer, Adam. Couldn't find evidence of it actually existing. They are missing some massive, massive channels like Vlad and Nikki, who have 88 million subs. It's a kids channel. Or like Nastya, which is a 100 million subscriber children's channel. And this isn't like a children's channel like Coco Melon, where it's like, I don't know, is that really a channel? Is that really an influencer? Is that a company? You know, this is like as far as I can tell, Nastya at least started as like a family run, just like kids channel, kind of like Ryan's Toy Reviews. There are some highlights from the list. Marquez is on there as number 18. Forums claims that he posts reviews of everything from video games to drones to smartphones. I don't remember the last time Marquez covered a drone, but that's
Or video games.
yeah, or video games.
I think that was edited. I
Family run, just like kids channel, kind of like Ryan's Toy Reviews. There are some highlights from the list. Marquez is on there as number 18. Forums claims that he posts reviews of everything from video games to drones to smartphones. I don't remember the last time Marquez covered a drone, but that's
video games.
yeah, or video games.
I think that was edited. I specifically try to read through that part. Let me try to find it.
They've got oh man, I should do an earnings estimate for Mr. Marquez Brownlee, because
Oh
I
no,
bet
it's
I
still
could...
there. Yep,
I'm going to
which
your
posts
screen.
reviews of everything from video games to drones to smartphones.
Yeah, Marquez reviews a lot of video games. Big gamer, Marquez.
It would have been cooler to shout him out for his Ultimate Frisbee stuff.
Well, yeah.
Which is, I know that's not on the YouTube channel.
You would
but
have had to actually know anything about the guy, though.
Fair
You
enough.
wouldn't have been able to just...
I think that's super cool.
You
though.
wouldn't
I
have
love
been able to
seeing
just
clips.
crap out whatever popped into your mind and put it in your listicle.
Yeah.
Like, that's ridiculous. Is PewDiePie even on the list? I didn't actually scroll through the whole thing. So, PewDiePie is apparently missing.
PewDiePie is mentioned in Jacksepticeye's section.
Because let me tell you something. I don't know. I've never spoken to Felix. Okay, I don't know him. I don't have any insider insight into him. But what I will tell you is, based on what I know about the mobile game industry,
Big money.
YouTuber Simulator, looking at the numbers that app was doing when it launched, he never has to lift a finger again.
That wasn't his only game.
I didn't even know that.
Yep.
Yeah, so like, but that's the thing, is the people compiling these lists, they have absolutely no concept whatsoever of where who's doing big money deals. And that doesn't even get into some of the sketchy deals that some influencers are doing. Like, there's influencers earning huge amounts of money, essentially grifting their audiences with like crypto scams. There was that whole who was that guy that got caught promoting a gambling site that it turned out that he ran?
Oh, the Counter-Strike one.
I don't remember the guy's name. Frankly,
me
you know
neither.
what? Let's not even bother saying
I don't want
it.
to say the wrong one.
Doesn't deserve
but
it.
Yeah. True.
So, yeah, probably earning pretty good money. Not on the list. I mean, okay, maybe there's an argument to be made for ill-gotten gains not ending up on the list.
Are there like any streamers?
Yeah. XQC is in there.
Oh, right, he is.
Yep. Bunny the dog is on there. Earnings of $1 million. Total followers 9.3. Average engagement 5.85. Entrepreneurship score 1. What is that even? Why? How are you even on that list? Like, I'm not going to say I should be on the list, but I should definitely be on the list before the dog. That I'll say.
I don't know.
Our discussion
Pretty cool
question
dog.
is, where does Linus Sebastian fall by these metrics?
51.
51.
I don't know, because the metrics are so bad. Like the entrepreneurship score, 1 to 3. What is it even based off? They don't break it down. Like Mr. Beast pointed out, like, it doesn't seem to necessarily be based on anything. Their numbers are wrong anyways. And to properly spec this out, you would have to try to actually spend an amount of time trying to get accurate numbers, which it doesn't seem like they really did. Oh, people are saying position number 69.
I'd accept that.
Yeah. Perfect.
People are talking about someone, Bella Porch, they estimate at 5 million. Sorry. Bella Porsche, they estimate at
No
5
shot.
million.
No shot. And that's true. I just looked it up.
No shot what?
There's no chance that's true.
Oh, yeah, no.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, hold on a second.
Is that too old? Am I so cap? I did it. I did it. I'm so proud. I don't think I've ever said that before. I'm one of the fellow kids now.
What are even these numbers?
Yeah, they're just all stupid. There's no way.
Oh, wait. Okay. Okay, sorry. It's in TikTok mode. Hold on.
It's in what?
Social Blade. I was confused.
Oh, okay.
Wow. That's stupid. Yeah, she's huge.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
huge.
Yeah. There's no way 5 million total earnings is accurate.
You should probably educate yourself a little bit.
She's also like, yeah, it's a build a bleep, reached
We
number.
have a button. Build a bitch.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
number 58 on Billboard's pop chart in May 2021.
She has done deals with luxury fashion house. I mean, mind you, we're reading this. Why are we reading this? Because it's clearly made up.
Probably just wrong. But okay, even there, if anything, crappy, deflated information, just that. There's like no way she makes only that amount. Like, she's a titan. Come on.
Yeah.
I
Like,
don't
that's
know.
just disrespectful.
Yeah.
5 million.
But
Get
that's
real.
true about a lot of these people, man. I don't know. Like, so
Yeah.
many people on this list, like, it's fantastic that you made it on the list, but they probably said some junk about you that's not accurate and not as cool as you actually are. And that's unfortunate.
Also, there's no way that I don't know. The fact that they present this information as fact, I think, is what offends me the most. Ryan's Toy Reviews AdSense revenue, merchandise, and proprietary line of toys helped him make very adult money in 2021, 27 million. They say this like it's a fact. You have no idea.
Yeah.
You have no idea.
So someone said she probably made 5 million during this segment.
Probably not.
Yeah, not
But-
quite.
But yeah,
You might be just as far off as Forbes, though.
she's doing okay money. I you know what? I should see if I can do a more accurate estimate for Marquez, and then I'll just ask him if it's right. I'm pretty sure I could get close. I'm pretty sure this ain't it, Chief.
I think what he needs to do is start reviewing video games.
Yeah, then maybe one day he could get
Maybe
there.
one day he'll make it.
Yeah. If he tries hard enough.
Oh my goodness.
He'll
what a
be
joke.
the breakout hit, or the breakout creator we need.
Yeah.
Just, if he could just keep at it and review more video
Review
games.
more video games. Yeah. That's really, honestly,
Oh, man.
the video game content is just too ignored by his channel.
Yeah, Shroud's not in there. Some very few major streamers. There's streamers making like ludicrous amounts of money. And
did.
compared to an operation like ours, where we actually have like 80 people on staff, a lot of them are very lean operations.
There's also a bunch of streamers that are really getting actually very, very good at the VOD game,
Mm.
where they will make produced videos live on stream, where it's like you can barely even tell that they're live. They often won't even show the chat, and they're talking to the camera as if they're actually live, all that type of stuff.
Oh, apparently Shroud is in there. Sorry, my bad.
And they're doing both, and they're doing
Yeah.
it really well. Like, that's actually a very interesting thing to follow in the creator space right now, is these streamers starting to just spread out into different content forms, so they're not just doing one thing. It's genuinely very interesting. And
So
not
what
really talked about yet.
entrepreneurship score would they get for that?
It's hard, because when you look at the difference between 1, 2, and 3, how much do you have to do to be able to jump up one of those? You have 33% of the population. I don't even think it's split that way, but you have 33% of it in each one of the numbered gaps. So, like, what the heck does that even mean? It's impossible. Ludwig has monetized this format. That's true. It's also true about a number of other creators, though. He's not the only one doing it. And it's genuinely really interesting. It's big brain. It takes some work. It takes a lot of planning. It takes a lot. There was already a lot of work that went into stream preparation back in the day, but I think in our current space for stream creators that are trying to do stream and VOD, I think there is a monstrous amount of stream prep that people don't necessarily think about because these creators are so professional, honestly, and good at hiding that type of stuff and just making it feel like you're just live hanging out, even though there was clearly, if you really think about it, a lot of work that goes into this stuff.
Also, again, I'm not saying I should be on the list because there are at least 50 people that are like way huger, like way, way bigger. But compared to the dog, okay, it's the dog that I take exception with. Okay, so what was the dog's earnings? $1 million or something like that. As far as I can tell, this is a total revenue number. Okay, and like, look. I'm not saying oh, YouTuber influencer flex. All I'm saying is, okay, with the number of employees we have, okay, times the minimum wage in BC, okay, so I am paying at least $15.65 an hour. Actually, there's about somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 to 15% overhead on top of that, for like EI and all that kind of nonsense. I think it's actually higher, but Yvonne would know better than me, and she's not here.
Oh, there's Shroud, yeah.
Okay, all right. So that's at least how much I pay per hour. Okay, times there are 2,080 hours in a year, 2,080 work hours. Okay, times 80. Okay, I think that I beat the dog for revenue. Assuming that you guys are all getting paychecks.
No, well, we definitely all get minimum wage. Yeah.
That's $7 million in dog dollars. No, no, that's not how it works.
Wait, no. That
is species bias.
That would mean that they make even less. Yeah. Also, the dog got an entrepreneurial score of 1. So
is 1 high or low? I don't know.
I think it's low.
Okay. Oh man. All right. What do you want to talk about next?
Forbes.
So this article was stupid.
Don't click on it. Don't go to it. Let this be the only interaction you had with it. Okay. What are we talking about? There's so many things. Done that. Done that. I was accidentally trendy. Do you want to talk about that?
No.
Okay.
I mean, okay, sure, we can. It was mostly that I'm sorry.
Oh, Jasco. No, yeah, you don't get to talk about it. We're talking about Jasco.
All right, let's talk about Jasco.
Yeah, no, you go though, because this is your thing.
Oh, smart home electronics manufacturer Jasco is following through on their promise to improve the availability of firmware updates to their family of products. This is something that I complained about previously on the WAN show, and to Jasco's credit, they have done, as far as I can tell, a 180 on their previous policy of not providing firmware updates to end users, to now they are not only doing that, but they have actually worked with Home Assistant to provide updates to Jasco products automatically through Home Assistant. Over-the-air updates. How cool is that?
Extremely cool, and they deserve credit and kudos for it. This is the type of stuff that we want to see from companies. So when they do it, we like... Very good job.
And they're doing it even once we've taken the heat out from under them.
Yes.
They're not just saying we're going to do it and then going, oh, okay, a lot of the fuss around this has died down. We can probably just
Everyone's
not do
forgotten.
this.
Let's just keep going.
Yeah. They're not just waiting out the news cycle. So it's important to bring them back up, talk about how, to be clear, my light switches are still not perfect, but you got to give credit where it's due.
Absolutely.
And darn it, they are improving their supported products they're improving the support for their products in the meantime. So I love it. They, at this point, we feel have gone beyond the industry standard. So kudos to that. I don't really need to do a ton of discussion here. Let's talk about I was accidentally trendy. I came across this article in Financial Times that declares giant tacky logos plastered on everything to be on the way out. They're on the way out. Luxury logos, okay, like this, they're on the way out, Luke.
Are they?
Amid
I genuinely would have no idea.
Cost of living crisis, and it seems absurd.
That makes sense.
Oh, man, let me read this article on mobile. Oh, I have to fill out a survey? Okay, no. Next. Okay, that was the whole survey. Logo mania is over. And I don't know, this was just kind of validating for me because starting with the stealth hoodie, we have taken away more and more and more and more and more of the obvious branding on our products. Like, you've got an old version of the water bottle.
Stealth.
Oh, crap. I have an old version of the water bottle too. So the old one, even the stealthy one, has a giant Linus Tech Tips across it. The new one, just where the CMOS battery is, just has a little LTT logo. It's like
didn't even know
basically,
that.
yeah, it's hidden on the product. And a lot of our stuff is like that
I
now,
think that's really good.
with stealthier
personally.
and stealthier logos, because you already paid for the product. I mean, if you want to rep the brand, by all means, but you should have options for people who don't.
I've always supported that. You probably remember conversations where I used to talk about like the quality of PAX merch. That used to be a very major thing in my life.
Yes, it was, because it was the only thing you wore. Yes,
Yeah.
yes, I remember that.
Yeah. So it was really nice when the shirt wasn't just a company logo. And it was cool because actually people would ask you about the stuff more. So like if you're the brand and you want that representation, you're actually getting kind of like more of it, in my opinion, in a way. Because I've never seen someone's logo on a shirt and been like, oh cool, I should buy that. But I've seen an interesting looking shirt that I know is like at least somewhat related to the thing, and I've asked people about it, and that has maybe driven me in that direction.
To be clear, this wasn't intentional. This wasn't me trying to be trendy. I traditionally have spent very little time brain noodling about fashion trends.
I think Uniformic probably was. You cared about it. You wanted less logos. You thought it looked better.
Well, yeah, but that's not. I will still feel that way in 5 years when the fashion industry has big tacky logos on things again. Like, it's the cyclical nature of it that I don't.
Yeah, I mean, we've always been
I can't keep up with.
We've been against that.
I just like the things I like.
Yeah.
And every once in a while, the things I like happen to be in fashion and
Yeah,
readily
got 'em.
available. And so I stock up. So anyway, the reason I clicked this article even in the first place, though, is I kind of run a clothing store now. So I was just sort of curious. However, this was the reason that I ultimately decided to make this a topic on the show. It wasn't the I was accidentally trendy part. That was just a good title for the segment.
Sure.
It was the part where the author
Nonsense.
kind of lost me when they said their favorite brand is Bottega Veneta,
I've
which
never heard of this.
I had never heard of. So, never having heard of it, I went over to their site for some window shopping laughing. This was one of my favorite hobbies when I used to travel a lot, is I would be in airports where they often have super upscale stores, and I would play the game of going into the first store that I find that I completely don't recognize the name of at all, and then asking how much things cost. Okay, hold on. You probably... No. You haven't even found my favorite
It's a
part yet.
$7,000 shirt. How is it not the worst part?
No. I didn't say the worst part. No, I said you haven't
Okay.
have found the part
All
that I
right.
found. Okay, we
Okay.
can look at
Okay.
yours. Sorry, which shirt is $7,000?
So the left tank top, which looks like the most boring normal tank top ever, is $610.
Uh-huh.
And the right pinstriped shirt, which looks like something you could and probably in this case should just get from Goodwill, is apparently $7,000. They had to add the 90. I love how both these things, like, it can't just be $600. It needs to be $610.
Yeah.
It can't just be $7,000. It needs to be $7,090. There's a bomb cost here. We need to get our cost materials back.
Well, they do. They do. It's important.
Yeah.
Okay, so hold on. Out of curiosity, I clicked the what is it? Winter 2022 looks. Okay? So they've got like this runway thing, and I came across this gem. Hold on a second. You'll probably have to watch over there. I came across this gem.
Oh, the like Neo.
The thing the guy's carrying.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
So hold on. Let's freeze on that.
So the garbage bag.
Okay, just a second. So if
Is
we
it
go
like
down,
a $6,000
we can see
garbage
all the
bag or
looks.
something?
Okay, so I was curious actually about the jacket when I scrolled down here. It was the jacket that got me to come look at it. But it turns out that only the bag and the shoes are their thing.
Okay.
So I clicked this bag. I was like, okay, what's the deal with this bag?
How much is it? I can't even.
This is a 2,650 Canadian dollar
Garbage
bag that does not have a hidden strap It actually does not. It doesn't have hidden like
It's really big for not having a hinge
backpack
strap.
straps. You actually hold it like this. She looks like she is holding onto this thing for dear life. He looks like he's going to a slumber party. It looks like he's wearing slippers and holding a pillow. To be clear,
I know the like massively oversized shoes are like a thing.
to
right
be
now.
clear, I am not blaming the models here. I think they're probably doing a great job of doing what they are supposed to be doing in that industry.
Someone in Floatplane chat said $7,000. They're talking about that shirt that I found.
Yeah.
$7,000 covers the cost of the French tailor airline ticket of the French tailor. The worst part is I literally don't know if they're joking or not, because
So it's making me feel pretty good
Hank,
about the LTT backpack.
I think I just skipped a beat because you're talking about this stupid garbage bag.
Oh no.
And then you reach down and you go to lift something up, and at first all I see is that you're holding something that's
Oh no. Like look, the thing
thank
is
goodness.
I have no problem with premium products, but they better have a reason for it.
Yeah.
They better have better something. And a bag that I have to carry it looks like Ron Weasley or something. Like I'm getting like a
Yeah. That's crazy.
look how uncomfortable this looks for her to hold.
Yeah.
And it probably doesn't even have anything in it yet.
That's just wild.
Oh man. I love it. Bye.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Hardware News Recap for the week. In this one, we'll be talking about warranties and our thoughts on that. We'll also be going over, spoiler alert, they're good for consumers. We'll also be going over the Intel A750 benchmarks, where the company has benchmarked its A750 GPU, which isn't out yet. This is the A380, and it tested it in 48 games against NVIDIA's RTX 3060. Comfortable lead at the moment by, well, I guess Intel's shipped 3 of these. So we can vouch that Squarespace makes it easy. Visit squarespace.com/gamersnexus to get 10% off your first purchase with Squarespace. First up, the topic of warranties. There's no way for us to enter this topic without everybody knowing what we're talking about this week. So instead of subtlety, we'll just go with the direct approach here. Friendly competitor of ours, Linus Tech Tips, recently noted that it would not support warranties on its new $250 tech backpack. Reasoning included not wanting surviving family members to have to support the backpack in the event of death of the CEO of LTT, which doesn't make really much sense at all, but it was a live show remark. That's what Linus does. We can kind of get it from that perspective. You know, going off the cuff, you say some weird things sometimes, and that was one of them. Later tweets, though, got really bizarre because in a sort of wave of defensiveness, they stated things like, written warranties that are formalized and legally offer no additional value over just saying we'll take care of it, which we just fundamentally disagree with and very strongly here at GN. The problem here is not that there isn't a warranty or that they don't want to offer a warranty. It's about the communication of it and being clear with the audience as to what's covered when making these great claims. So Products can exist without warranties. Warranties aren't magic. You are covered by standard return policies that'll cover things like it arrives and it's missing stuff, it arrives and it's got holes in it, whatever. And then you are also covered by reasonable merchantability. However, the part that we think is important is when you start making these great claims and saying, we'll take care of it, that becomes an implicit warranty that is incredibly vague and nebulous. It's not clear what that means to anybody or for how long it will be taken care of. So as soon as you start making those statements, we think you have to back it up with clear writing just to get everyone on the same page. Hey, this is what we will take care of, and here's for how long. So there's no questions about it. So just as a self-example, our shirts don't have a warranty or an extended warranty. However, they fall under a very clearly stated return policy where if it shows up and it's got a hole in it or a problem with it, then it will be taken care of by that written policy where you can just let us know and send it back. And that's sort of the end of it. It's very clear. So saying we'll take care of it for a $250 marketed as premium product has the potential to accidentally or intentionally by any company become misleading, where it would be better to just simply say, look, we're not really sure what the implications of selling this backpack are yet. We're new to this. We don't 100% know what we're doing yet. So we can't offer a huge warranty, and we'll work towards something as we learn more about this. And what it comes down to is when everyone's direct with each other and clear, but sort of the end of it. It's very clear. So saying we'll take care of it for a $250 marketed as premium product has the potential to accidentally or intentionally by any company become misleading, where it would be better to just simply say, look, we're not really sure what the implications of selling this backpack are yet. We're new to this. We don't 100% know what we're doing yet. So we can't offer a huge warranty. and we'll work.
Look how uncomfortable this looks for her to hold.
Yeah.
And it probably doesn't even have anything in it yet.
That's just wild.
Oh, man. I love it. Buy it for research purposes? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So anyway, according to this particular writer, big logos are out. But according to this particular writer, Bottega Veneta is like a thing that should exist. So I don't know. We'll see. This is clearly an industry that I just do not understand. And I can tell you, we have done some experimentation with like really high-end materials. Like we'd love to do like a more luxury version of some of our products, but this is not reflective of the difference in cost.
Yeah,
and like if we do a luxury materials version of a product, it will cost more because they do. But this is not reflective.
Yeah.
I will say that much.
Yep.
The funny thing about this is I have actually read up about like fashion, like designer brand, like premium brand, luxury brand marketing. And a big part of it is the price being high. Like that's actually a good thing for the kinds of shoppers who follow this scene, who care about this scene. The more outlandishly expensive it is, the more of a statement it is that you don't give any fucks and you can just throw money at a fancy pillow-shaped garbage bag. Like that's the point. It's a feature, not a bug. And I think to most people, it's just kind of mind-blowing. $7,000 luxury LTT backpack, except they remove the straps. You just have to carry it with, it improves grip strength by 60% in just 3 weeks.
Oh my goodness.
Oh no.
That'd be funny.
Yeah.
Do we have any other topics?
I don't know.
I mean, we do,
We
but
do.
should we?
I don't know. I'll tell you what. I'll let you do it.
No.
I don't want to do it.
I don't want to do it either.
Oh.
This one?
Which one?
This one?
Yeah, we could do that one.
I don't want to do that.
Oh, well, I can do that. You can do the other one.
What's the other one?
I'll do that one if you'll do the other one. No, quick, agree before you look at the other one.
Oh, I don't want to do that one either.
Belle, give us a couple merch messages while we work up the noive over here.
First question here is from Mars. Are y'all still playing any Steam Deck or any other Windows handhelds? And if so, what games?
I finally started Witcher 3.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I am not that far into it yet because I've been really busy with house stuff. I want
makes
this.
sense.
I want the place. I want basically. I'm instead of trying to use words, I'm gonna go like this. I want it to feel. Then I can play video games. Yeah. I've played almost
Probably
no games.
not quite there
lately.
yet.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not there yet.
Yeah.
It's getting there though, right?
It is.
It's getting pretty
It's-
good.
It is. Yeah.
Okay, I have a pool update.
Oh.
6 weeks.
What? Till usable?
I mean, I don't believe it, but
Yeah.
that's what they say.
It's still fun to hear.
Yeah.
Anytime you hear
So-
any estimated date for anything being done, it's just wrong. Just double it.
If it is actually done on October the 21st,
That's potentially still usable to a degree.
you want to go? You want to go for a swim with me?
I'm down.
All right,
Yeah,
let's
yeah.
do it.
Yeah.
Let's do it. We skinny dipping?
Don't know
He
about
didn't say no.
that. Convince Linus to play Morrowind on the Steam Deck? I
No.
don't think so.
He couldn't convince me to play Morrowind on a keyboard and mouse.
I don't think I tried.
I tried to play it.
It's a hard game to go back to.
Yeah, you told me it was great, and I was like, I'll give it a shot because I loved Oblivion, and it was rough.
It's a hard game to
Yeah,
go
it was
back
like
to.
not fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't have a quest log. Like,
Yeah.
It doesn't have a lot of like modern niceties and things that make it easy to use. It's still an old school RPG. It's rough.
All right, Bill, hit us.
Next question here is from Rohan. Hello, Linus and Luke. What's an activity or experience that you've wanted to try together but haven't yet?
Skinny dipping in a pool?
I mean, let's do it. I
Nah, I'm the prude. He invited me to the naked steam room on our Japan trip, and I didn't go.
That was a good experience, actually. I hung out with one of the engineers from Omron, and it was like so awkward at first, but he clearly didn't feel awkward about it at all. And eventually that, like him being very clear about like, dude, this is just normal. Everything's fine. I'm talking to you about like random engineering stuff. Eventually I like kind of got it, and then I stopped caring, and it was, yeah, just, you stop, that part is irrelevant eventually.
Yep.
And you just enjoy the warm water and hanging out.
Yep.
Literally.
Hanging out. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We kind of like, we've done a lot of stuff together.
Yeah. There's
Um,
stuff I'd be stoked to, but I
yeah,
don't
like,
think
I
there's
want to try
anything.
skydiving, but it's like,
I was actually going to
I
say
think
skydiving as well,
yeah,
but
it'd be fun to go together, but like,
yeah, I think we're saying the same thing.
yeah.
Next question here is from Nathan. I really want an OLED gaming monitor, but I'd like to stay around 27 inches. It seems like everything OLED is much bigger unless it's a phone or a tablet, which is much smaller. Is there a reason why?
Okay, so my understanding is the way the mother glass works for panel production is there's certain sizes of mother glass. That's how you get bigger and bigger TVs, is they make larger and larger mother glass, and at each size there's an optimal sub size that you can cut out of it to maximize the yields of completed displays. And OLED, because the producers of them are focused on either handheld devices or on large format TVs, are simply not producing mother glass that is yielding well enough for those sizes to be economically viable. That is my understanding of where we're at. They are getting smaller. The 42-inch LG C2 and the monitors that are based on that same panel. We have a video coming out soon. We have 2 videos coming out soon, actually. We have 2 videos pending release of me upgrading my monitor. Because I upgraded to the C2, the 42-inch one, because the 48 was just a little big for gaming for me. And then immediately I came back to the office for WAN show, like the day I had shot the upgrade. And I was like, the Asus version of this, it's a proper monitor with DisplayPort, is right there.
Yeah, I was with you. When
No,
we
I
found
want that one.
Yeah.
So there will be a second video where I change over to the Asus one, which has a matte display, DisplayPort.
That
It's
display is
more
big.
it's more computer monitor optimized. Like it has a fixed brightness mode that you can put it in, so it doesn't dynamically play around with the brightness. Anyway, but the point is that they're at 42 inches now, and I think we'll continue to see that go down.
Next question is from Nathaniel. I own a Steam Deck and I want to emulate Zelda Breath of the Wild. I was muted. Classic me. I own a Steam Deck and I want to emulate Zelda Breath of the Wild on it, but
That's
I don't know
not
how to make
really
a
a
ROM
question.
for it. One of these days I'll find out how to word it so you can't do that. But I don't know how to make a ROM for it. If someone I know gives me a copy of the ROM, is it piracy even though we both own the game physically?
That is a wonderful question. The answer is yes.
Yeah.
Is that stupid? Also, yes.
Yep.
You, in order to not pirate, according to the law, you must rip the file yourself. Now, with that said, personally, I stopped bothering to rip my Blu-rays a long time ago because someone else can spend their time doing that, and as long as I have a physical media backup for my digital copies of things that I own, ethically, I see no problem. But legally, which is not necessarily the same thing as ethically, legally, you would be in the wrong. Sorry, did I say piracy? I meant privateering.
Next question here is from Zane. Have you used your LTT backpack when riding your bike? And if so, what's your experience using it? I'm considering getting it for riding myself, as 50% of my current bag is taken up by my sneakers.
Oh, yeah. I've used it on the bike. It's, I mean, obviously something that I do. I ride a motorcycle, so it was something that, as we were tweaking the strap spacing and the strap design, it was something that I would notice if it didn't work with motorcycle gear or whatever else. I find it quite comfortable. With that said, we don't make any claims of perfect waterproofness or anything like that. So if your intention is to ride around in the rain, you will still need a rain cover for it. But in terms of utility, no problems.
Question here from Connor. How do the both of you maintain a healthy relationship all these years working together?
I mean, the L word, I guess.
yeah.
Like the important one, Linus.
Yeah.
That's all me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, no, I mean, Luke and I have been, once you've been through this much together,
I
you
feel
just,
strongly the same way.
yeah,
I don't know if this is a controversial take or not. I think, in my opinion, a lot of things in life